What is up, YouTube? Yet another live stream. It's been a while since the last one, so now finally got the time. And been playing a little bit on this Ranger here on Ascension's Conquest of Azeroth. I'm level 18 now. And I've been doing, mainly I've just been doing battlegrounds, because that's currently the only thing that I enjoy. That's not a slog, to be honest. So I've been, I've earned a little bit of honor. So I figured time for some upgrades, because yeah, I'm getting ripped to shreds whenever I join a battleground, because yeah, people are just way more geared, I figure. I figure that's the reason. Maybe it's because I'm playing a weak class as well. But some gear should help. It's actually a lot cheaper than I expected. Let's see if we can find a war song. There we go. More advanced gear. So, what does that mean? Do you need reputation? Because this one you don't need reputation for. But then there's more advanced gear. What the heck does that mean? Maybe that's just level 58. And you need friendly. Anyways, let's get some rings, maybe even a weapon. Definitely gonna get the bow. Because look at the upgrade. Come on. Tuber. Tuberip. Det er sådan, du siger dit navn. So yeah, the big upgrade, big bow upgrade. That should help. And maybe get 2 of these daggers. Almost good enough. Okay. All right. Is there anything else I can get? I wonder. This seems to be... Yeah. All of this is level 60.
Time is money, friend.
It's a little bit confusing. So this is level 60. 48 damage. But then there's in here... Oh, that's arena conquest points. Okay. And that's a higher item level. I see.
Keep it real.
Chance. Are really a lot of things you can buy. I should probably get the trinket. Only 300 honor points as well. Compared to my, what's it, 40 something? Or I had 40,000. Like, this is nothing. I'm a bit blown away by how easy it is to get geared on this server.
Hey, how you
And
doing?
not necessarily in a good way.
I got the best
And
deals anywhere.
just, yeah, all the bloat. Like, I think in here it's fine, but all of this, the call board and the whatever the fuck this is, path of bullshit, where you need to click here and then collect your whatever the fuck runes of Ascension. What in the piss, guys? Like, get rid of all of this. Seriously. What the fuck is this? Is this for new players so they can learn the game? I can track how to resurrect in a safe spot, and then I complete that, I get rewarded with this bullshit coin, which I can probably buy on their webpage as well. That's what I'm talking about with the bloat. That's a shame, in my opinion. I'm getting 1 gold for what? Win 10 arena skirmishes. Holy moly. And 30,000 honor. Like, what the fuck? I'm set for my entire leveling experience just doing this little bit of PvP that I've been doing now. I don't need to worry about gear until I reach level 60. Yeah, I see you're back shielding around. Yes, I am, Yash. Shielding around in this gay and retarded version of, I don't even know, retail? What should we call this?
Exactly what you need.
Sorry. There are some things that are great about this game, and then there are a ton of things that are just rancid piss. And it's pissing me off. But we got some gear. Let's equip that. Oh, by the way, I also got these sacks of piss, loot, that we need to check out what's inside. I have been saving them. Figured I'd save them until I reach level... Let's actually do that, because I'm not that far away. Maybe a couple more battlegrounds, I'm level 19. And then if we open these at level 19, I figured I'd be getting better gear. Because this is something, whenever you complete a battleground, you get these battleground spoils, which can contain blue gear and epics and all that shit.
What can I help you with?
But at least I'm not getting, like, when it comes to loot, I'm getting a ton of loot, but I'm not getting a ton of gold. So at least they haven't broken that one as well. But the gearing is just, it's crazy how much stuff you get. What the fuck happened here? Do I need to reload? There we go. Looking more normal. But look at the instant pop queues. I think throughout this stream I'm gonna be talking a little bit about all the stuff that I like here and And all the stuff that I hate. Let's all hit the like button, boys. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And good morning, Kayato. Good to see you. Seems a bit scuffed indeed. Yeah. It's just there are so many things that are really interesting. I love the talents. I love the graphics. I love all the new battlegrounds that they've added to the game. I hate these retarded flying books. These gay and retarded flying books. So you don't ever need to go visit either a profession trainer or a class trainer. Because they figured, why would you want that? Why would you want to be like immersed and... No, that's you're not supposed to, you know, be in the world. You're supposed to be in a menu. So let's play the menu game instead of playing the game. But no, to be honest, there are some things that are good. But I just dislike the books. It makes the world feel a lot smaller. I figured we didn't pick the goddamn flag. Nobody did. Getting upgrades at the trainer is a huge part of progression. Yeah, I think, you know, that feeling of you going back to a major city to looking forward to upgrading your gear. If you have a book that you can just click up, open, and train basically everything, and also the same with profession. It just shrinks the world so much, because at this point, if I have the books, which I'm getting for free, like I don't need to do anything, then why not just, you know, let me get the abilities, spells and upgrades automatically without even having to open a book. Like, it's one step. I need to click here, and then I need to click here. Might as well just skip that part as well. So yeah, that's my take on that. Why does it say 1 right here? That's odd. I need aspect of the cheetah, aspect of running fast. Because right now I can't get away from anyone. Like, if I can't stealth, I'm just fucked. And all the self-healing. That pit is hitting hard. A young wolf hitting me for 43. And I got 650 health. Like, his pet is hitting me for the same as my my shots, basically. Be prepared to hate Knights of Azeroth. like no other class. Yeah, I've heard they should be extremely overpowered in PvP. Probably S tier class, right? I saw some tier lists on classes. Like, Ranger is not the worst, but it's definitely not the best either. But I do expect mobility to get better. I saw there's a talent here, Adrenaline Rush. It's like a semi-sprint. But yeah, Ranger, I found out Ranger looking at the talents, because I didn't know anything about the class, but it's basically just a rogue with a bow and, you know, it's a combination of a rogue and a hunter without a pet. And then, there you go, that's your Ranger. It's probably not the most interesting class. One thing I was really looking for was talents like this Deadeye with the increased range, because I figured I wanted to play kind of a sniper build where I'd have the biggest range in the game. But I don't, to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed that I can only get to 35 yard range on my ranged abilities, and this one spell goes to 45 yards, and that's it. I was hoping for a talent or something that would increase the range even more, at least on a few spells. I've always wanted to like make an aim shot from 80 yard distance or something, maybe a long drawn out aim shot. It's gonna take me a while to shoot, but in turn I can shoot it from a very great distance. Young wolf is hitting me like an adult wolf. Yeah, it definitely was. Like, it's rarely worth it using my precision shot, because it's not even that much more damage than the skull piercer shot. Like, they're almost the same damage, which is a shame. Let's go up here, see if we can tag a base. If you're fast, maybe. Oh shit! I got it. I like this one, Snap Seed. We toss it at an enemy and it knocks them back. I knocked the guy over the other hunter that was standing there. Knocked him off the edge. Holy Jesus Christ, 462 from this Stormbringer. God damn, he hits hard. I got one shot. That is crazy. There's definitely some low-level tuning and balancing I think that needs to happen. Yeah, that's the Stormbringer for you. Yeah, I definitely felt that. Yosh, that is crazy one-shot potential. Yeah. Yeah, definitely feel that. But I would love to see something like, you know, this precision shot with even like I want a talent that I can activate to get an extra, you know, 50-yard range on this precision shot, so that I'd be able to stand up here and maybe add some more cast time to it, so it maybe goes from, I don't know, 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds to 4-second cast, but then in turn I get the range to 100, same as your Hunter's Mark, so that I can actually stand up here and hit somebody who's all the way down here. Just for a single shot. That would really be awesome. Because that's basically the fantasy that I'm going for with this Ranger, and that was what I was expecting to some extent with him, like being the Ranger. You'd imagine that he'd be the one with the longest range, right? But it feels like it's much the same as any other class. I think actually the Star Caller, he has approximately the same range as me, if not more. I really like that this ability actually dismounts people. I figure a lot of players or a lot of abilities probably has this effect, but it's very nice. This is more like a hunter, not a witch hunter. Yeah, this guy, the ranger. Because there is also witch hunter class. But I think he's more of a shorter range, more mobile is the feeling that I'm getting. Okay, that's a Knight of Azeroth, because he just one-shots everything. Damn it. Like, I don't know if I like the mount at the low levels. I think it's nice for when you are in battlegrounds, because these battlegrounds don't shrink just because you're below level 40, right? So it's nice to actually be able to get around in these giant battlegrounds. But I think they should be confined to battlegrounds. I think when you introduce, you know, level, was this 60 mount, like 60% movement speed, that is equal to your level 60 mount, the first mount you get, not the epic one. That's and it feels like, it almost feels as if it's 100%, to be honest. It feels really fast. Like, having this in the open world maybe it's a little bit too much. I like what they did on Turtle with you being able to rent mounts. I prefer that, actually. Now, I haven't played retail since Shadowlands, but I also think there's maybe a little bit too many animations, too much going on the screen. When it comes to especially summonable minions. If you got a few, like if you're up against a few necromancers and a tinker, good luck trying to find, you know, a player target. It's almost impossible. So I'm getting 1700 experience for losing. That's not too much. That's actually pretty much the same as on TurtleWoW, I think. But I am getting a shit ton of honor. Does it say how much honor I got? At least for winning, I was getting a crazy amount of honor. Because I'm pretty much set when it comes to, as I said before, honor points for the rest of my 40,000 honor at level 18. and things cost about 2,000 honor for an item, which is like not even like at level 48 things cost not even 2,000 honor. So yeah, that is a little bit too easy.
Farewell. What do you need?
I do wonder if there's something, because there are so many items and stuff that you can get, that I wonder if there's if there are other upgrades at my level. Because I could use a nice helmet, shoulders, and I definitely need a new chest. But I think it's the regular
Blood and thunder.
reputation, PvP reputation rewards that I can buy.
Sunk.
Don't think I'm gonna waste money on one of those banners. That can't be worth it.
What are you looking for? Farewell.
Witch Hunter is like Diablo 3, Demon Hunter, and a BM Hunter. Interesting. Is it the Witch Hunter? Does he has a pet, right? As well as yeah, being very mobile. Another funny thing. Apparently, I can learn more than the regular 2 professions. Because I've got 3 main professions. And all the secondary professions as well. So yeah, a lot more to keep up with. But the gear rewards from professions is the exact same as vanilla. So it's like, why? When I can just go out, play the game, grind some mobs, and then get the like much better gear. I can get blue and green gear from just running around picking up shit on the ground. I actually need that add-on, or that yeah, is it an add-on Worldforged item thing? Where I can see all the Worldforged items that I can pick up in the game. It's called Loot Collector. You can unlock Codex and learn everything. What's Codex? Traps, mobile, and a hound that you can summon. Ghost version and more. Okay.
Enough! You got some big mojo, Vol'jin. Maybe you're worth helping after all.
Let me just check out, see if I can with the add-on. You say it's called Dude. Can I search it in here? No. Loot Collector. some manual add-on you need to download. For your profession's codex can unlock all the main ones on a single character. Yeah, because another thing that I was I know this might be a controversial take,
Besides the grunts outside, my brother.
shut up. Because I got all of this bullshit. When I got to my mailbox, I could open all of this bullshit. I think for somebody who's used to playing on Ascension, this is probably, you guys probably, what the fuck are you talking about? This is normal. But for me, it's like, it's kind of retarded.
Would you rather trust your goods with a goblin?
It's the best way I can describe it. It's like, it's too much. It's bloat. All of this bullshit.
Strength.
I don't doubt that at some point I'll figure out all of these
I am the fist of retribution.
all this bullshit as well, and menus and shit like this, but it's like it's bloat. It takes away from heirlooms and all this bullshit. I think it takes away from the game. I don't think it adds. This is all of this. All these systems and menus and this shit here. This is why I left retail. A million buffs that I'm getting for doing nothing. And the tons of things that I have to, you know, what the fuck is this? Epic high-risk material transmutation. Core high-risk recipes. Keeper scroll high-risk event. What the fuck is this?
What do you gaze upon the enemy person? See what the might of the
Gaze
horde
upon the enemy
even
person. All these fucking menus, guys.
To gaze upon the enemy person. See what the might of the horde
Like, it's
reduces
worse
even the
than
most
retail.
powerful of dragons to. All that oppose us shall meet a similar fate.
There's like a menu for everything, and you can get this retarded bot that loots for you. Those are the things that I dislike about it. If I have to say some things that I do like, I love all the classes, I love all the customization and the talents. I really love the talent systems. And all the specs and everything. I hate all the bullshit flying around. Sorry, I need to focus on what I like. I like the talents, guys. Did I mention that? I like the battlegrounds. I like the visuals. I do actually really like the visuals of the game. It looks... Everything looks good. And everything runs smooth. And you can see... Look how far you can see into the distance. Compared to TurtleWoW. And there's none of this janky bullshit. Well, there's sometimes there actually is a little bit of lag and stutter. But I feel like it's when the server is almost spilling over and there's queue. Then when you open the map or when you open a menu, you get a little bit of lag stutter. But that's it. And I don't know if it's the HD graphics that I've downloaded, but it is kind of blurry when you look out into the distance. Like, it's way more blurry actually. It's as if I'm running on a lower resolution of the game. But if you see, I'm running the max resolution. But it's still way more blurry when you look into the distance. Like this boar, I cannot... Like, it's pixelated somehow. And it's worse than OctoWoW. Like, if I log into OctoWoW, I feel like if we compare to how this looks at a distance. Look at this beautiful bishop hat I've got here, guys. Look at this beautiful guy. Like, you cannot fuck with this. It's a bishop. I'm a bishop. Oh. But I do think, like, it's smooth, and I like the new textures. But I don't know if it's the HD graphics that makes things in the distance more blurry than I think they should be. Like, things are more sharp, even looking all the way over there. I feel like now I'm inside a city, so maybe it's hard to compare, but here on Octo, things just, and same with TurtleWoW, it felt more sharp. I feel like, yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of this hard, it's hard comparison to Turtle. Yeah. I want to see a 1.12 versus a 3.3.5 video. Well, what do you mean, Kayato? Like in just an overall client comparison, or like comparing TurtleWoW to, you know, TurtleWoW to Ascension? Where can we go where we can go to get a good distance look? Client comparison. Well, there's no doubt that, you know, this runs smoother, this client, and I'm no fluctuation in the frame rate you see down here. It's just perfect. While TurtleWoW, sometimes I have to reload because sometimes I can get some frame drops, but right now I only have vanilla fixes. That's the only mod that I've added in the launcher, and that this mod helps a lot with the starters. And I'd say they virtually disappear. Sometimes they can come back, and then you need to reload or just, you know, restart the game, and it's good. But yeah, client comparison, I don't know what I would say other than, you know, 3.3.5 runs smoother. And I think there's probably more than you can do with this client. But it's mainly just, you know, it runs a little bit smoother. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, what do you want?
Talk to me!
But it's not like there are no bugs on Ascension. There are definitely a ton of bugs as well. But is it just me? But look at this, guys. Maybe it's hard to see on the stream, but I feel like at a distance, things in here, they look sharper. And now, this is more gritty, more pixelated. Hey Viking Giant, how are you today? I feel like oh, I'm tensing my muscles right now because you just said that. I'm definitely a Viking. I have a question. My PFUI has bugs like minimap button frame that does not work. Black spots. I don't have other add-on on my client, and my client is TWoW. The thing is that the guy who was making PFUI, Shjelde, he stopped making updates, right? So what you gotta do, listen carefully. What you gotta do is you gotta go to components, you gotta go to modules, and then you gotta disable the one called HD, this one, disable module HD graphic. That fixes a lot of bugs with PFUI right now. I also disable map reveal, because if you're using PFUI and you're using the map thing, then if you go to some of the new zones, they can look completely fucked up and twisted. And that's because the add-on hasn't been updated, because Shjelde basically stopped updating the add-on, so we're relying on you know, others to take up the work of updating the add-ons. What about adding this Vulcan support? Yeah, maybe I should do that. I find sometimes, you know, adding these this one, sometimes it increases performance, other times it makes the game run worse. But I'm definitely gonna try it at some point. But I'm also a little bit afraid, because I know whenever you mess with mods, last time I added NAM power. Not because I have any lag or anything, because I'm really running smooth, but I figured maybe it could, you know, shave off the 20 ms or something. But it started stuttering when I added NAM power. And maybe it was just a fluke and it was just a one time. But I disabled it again and it started running smooth again. Right now, OctoWoW, it feels as if it's running, I'd say, almost just as smooth as Ascension. Because if you see, like, running around 144 frames, everything's very smooth. Everything's extremely responsive. I'm not getting any lags or stutters or anything. So right now, I'd have a hard time telling a difference. Other than when you look into the distance, you know, something like this. You see the tree over there disappears and comes back in. That hard cutoff of how far you can see, I feel like that's the biggest difference. Comparing this to Ascension, where you can, first of all, you can look further. And it's not, you see the trees over there. They're not suddenly gone. They're like, it's smooth in a way. That's the differences right now. But then again, when you just look not that far into the distance, but just over in this boar, or the sculpted or the raptor walking over there, those look way more blurry now than if I look at this boar right here. Maybe you can't see the difference on stream, but I can definitely tell the difference in game. Something completely different, by the way. I added this, what is it? Where do I find the high risk mode? Whatever. I'm on high risk mode, so I should be getting, apparently I should be getting, you know, drops from creatures. Holy shit, 300 and crit. Should be getting gear drops, Blood Forged, right? Isn't that the thing? Maybe you'd have better ping on Capybara. I doubt it. I think I'd have much worse ping on Capybara. But to be honest, I haven't tried Capybara. The Chinese thing scares me away. With all the bots over there. And the language barrier. Oh, for Obsidian, sorry. I thought it was to me. Yeah, it definitely is according to where you are in the world. I think the closer you are to Asia or Asian countries, the less ping you're going to have on Capybara. I don't seem to be getting any of these Bloodforged items. So let's sign up for another battleground instead. Did I get something? No. Okay. We sign up for a BG. I suggest you make an ally character and play through the Pale Reach, the Northwind zone they added. Yeah, I definitely need to. It's good you say that, Ryan. I definitely need to check out the Pale Reach, because that's actually the thing that has been intriguing me the most about this. Okay, I can't zoom out, but it's the new added zones they've added here, much like TurtleWoW, which I actually did not expect them to do, because I've never seen this from Ascension before. They've always just stuck to the basic vanilla zones, but now that there are new zones, actually new. It feels more like there's new content, not just, you know, new systems and new talents, but actual new content added to the world. That is actually what it intrigues me the most. For some odd reason, like every time I join a battleground, it summons my book and it applies autoload. I cannot get rid of autoload. It just, I can click it off and then in a few minutes, maybe sometimes even without without changing anything, it suddenly is back on. I'm not even entering another instance or any, just randomly, suddenly, autoload is back on for some reason. Cannot tell me that this is 60 movement speed. It's probably some of all these retarded buffs that is giving me, yeah, they were 25% more movement speed and faster, 40% faster in this, so why? Why do we need all this bullshit? I cannot get used to having combo points as a hunter. It is something that's a little bit annoying. Alright, we secured Slobber Mill. I actually need to go into an inn and get some rested XP here. And look at the sword, guys. God damn. Getting ready to twink this guy. Level 34 on Jeremiah. Gonna be twinking a little bit once I reach level 39. I'm gonna be doing some battlegrounds on the Paladin as well. Fucking awesome. Go ahead. Try and tag the flag. Go ahead. Did you guys see the guy? There you go. There we go. Can I shoot him over the edge? Let's No! God damn it. He did. You can use cash. You can use cash to buy coins to finish the mission board quest and get loot. But if someone pops up in your raid team and you inspect them, then the achievements and they have no experience. Yeah. Then you know they aren't real players. They're probably going to wipe you. Okay. So people can basically do pay to win. Yeah, I kind of knew that with the what's it called, base or tokens that you can, you know, pay, and then you get the loot boxes, and you lose the loot box you get here equivalent to the current rate tier, right? That's what you're talking about, Obsidian. It's a hard pay to win on the new Ascension. Yes, it is exactly like Bronzebeard. It is definitely a hard pay to win. Let's throw him over. Bye bye. It's definitely pay to win. There's no doubt about it. And all the retarded systems are still in here. Maybe you'd have better ping. Yeah, I had high hopes for Epoch. Real shame what happened to it. Yes, I agree. It's definitely Epoch in some ways could probably have been better, but there was still a lot of things on Epoch that I design decisions that I fundamentally disagreed with. Where I feel like Turtle/OctoWoW just does a lot better job in terms of, like, especially as some of you guys know, I cannot stand this stat right here, resilience, because that just makes it so that this is the de facto best neck because of resilience, and I have no options. It removes RPG element, it removes gearing choices. Instead, I'm like forced into a silo of gear that I can choose from, and then that's it. Just follow the menus. Which is something they did on Project Epoch as well, that it ruins a massive part of the game for me, because I'm so much into PvP. I was leveling on Epoch anyway, you know, I'll deal with it to some extent, but I just know for a fact that I'll get extremely bored, because there will be no reason for me to go out into the world and try and get some gear. There's no reason for me to go to a dungeon. There's no reason for me to go to a raid, to grind reputation, to use my crafting, professions to craft some gear. Like, there's no reason for me to go on the auction house and see if I can get an upgrade. There's no need for me to go complete a long elite quest chain somewhere to try and see if I can find an upgrade, because they'll always be worse than the resilience gear that I can get from the PvP vendor, which only offers me one set of gear. And that's it. How is that an interesting RPG? How does that make the game interesting? I don't get it. Ding! Ding, boys, ding! Magic. Do I have any food? Or am I just gonna die here? What? Why? So the dot removes my ability to eat and drink? What? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Have you gotten the headpiece on SFK on Octo? Yes. Yes, I have. Look at this. Look at this beautiful, beautiful headpiece. Slack. And yeah, appreciate all the stuff you've been sending. Have you seen I sent you the counterweight recipe? I don't know if you can use it, but I did send it to you. Thought about you when I looted it from grinding. But I got this helmet now. I got 1 vampirism on the bracer. I got 1 vampirism on the helmet. And next up, we're going for the what's it called? The belt from where is it? Scarlet Monastery, not library. Graveyard. Duke Dreadmore, right? That's the guy that drops this one. That's another vampirism. And then I could go and see if I can get the Nomagan quest chain and get the ring from the quest in Nomagan. Because that was, what was it? There we go. Nomar quest. This one. 1 vampirism on this one as well. I'm being a dick because I'm just tapping out while I'm in a battleground doing some other bullshit. What is this guy? He's dead. You're dead. Oh, get off your mount. Get away from me, please. I cannot make distance to this guy. Come on. Die already. Jesus. Now they're back. Now they're all coming for me. Let's check out gold mine. Guys, if I forget to answer your comment, just type it again or copy paste your comment if I didn't answer it. But it's a little bit difficult when doing PvP as well. So if I missed something you asked about or anything, just yeah, copy paste it, show it again, and I'll do my best to looking back at comments right now just to see what you guys wrote if I missed something. Oh. I need some, like, this class, it needs some combat bandages. Just like Survival Hunter and Retail. That would be very fitting. Like a talent that's a bandage, and you like, you could use it while you have dots on you, but it's still like a channel, just like a first aid, but that doesn't get cancelled because of dots. And that you don't consume necessarily. But I like this bush craft where I can, you know, skin some mobs, get this crude leather, and then make these pouches. That's actually very immersive. Oh, if you were to play on Octo and your ping was Garbo, what class can handle bad ping best? I'd say a Warlock, probably. If you're into PvP as well, then I'd definitely go for Warlock. It's basically just dotting classes and fearing, and you don't need... I definitely did not pick a Hunter, because you are very dependent on being able to kite and being able to exactly know where your enemies are and not leaving line of sight and stuff. But Warlock, I definitely recommend, because you can cast Fear even when they are behind you, and it doesn't, you know, they still get feared. The dots, you don't need to, like, ping doesn't matter when it comes to dots. As soon as your dots have hit the target, then you start to rot them down, and that's, yeah. So if you have high ping, the Warlock is probably a good class for that situation. I really wonder how Octo/Kappa will look when it comes to adding future content, what the quality will be like, if one will be a clear pick over the other. Yeah, I think, yeah, I agree with you, it's gonna be interesting, but for me, it's no matter what, it's still, unless they do something with making it more of a multi-cultural or multi-language, because all the updates, you know, everything is on Chinese, with Chinese letters, and they don't do anything to try and help the, at least from what I've seen, I don't think they do anything to try and help, you know, the English-speaking players, because it's you need to download a separate add-on. You need to do a lot of stuff manually to be able to play there. Oh. Which is too much of a barrier to entry. And that's why I think, in the end, this guy is a hunter, but he's a tinker, but he has a bear pet. What the fuck is this damage? How come his item, well, that's a two-handed, maybe that's the reason. You see, guys, you see the stats change when I hover over them sometimes. Then suddenly the stats change. What the fuck's going on with that? Is it some retarded PvP scaling from retail, or what's going on? Affliction Lock, yes, exactly, Obsidian. I think Affliction Lock is a good pick for high ping players. AoE on Warlock, get NAM power, and you have the safety. Yeah. Get this mounted, bitch. Sun Cleric. There's a little bit of stutter here, or he has a little bit of lag. Like, I don't know if I necessarily think that this runs amazingly, or... Well, it does run from my point of view. Like, I don't get starters, but when I see... Well, actually I do. That's a lie as well. Sometimes I get starters in here as well. But that's when the server is filled to the brim with players, I think. And it's a server-side issue, not a client-side issue. Probably. Maybe. I don't know for sure. But I would think that's the reason. But I think it's, you know, OctoWoW and In general TurtleWoW, the upgrades, it actually runs good. Okay, so we lost another one. Still getting decent experience. Thankfully, I don't think you're leveling too fast on the server. I think it's the leveling speed is quite fitting. And now that we are level 19, let's actually, because I got these chests here. Let's actually see, because look, now it says 19 at the end. And same with this one, so now I should be getting the twink here, right? Gloves. Yep, slightly better. Also slightly better. Even though this is higher item level, it's not better than the blue one. That's definitely not better. Oh, shoulders! This is so fucking stupid, guys. I think it's too much, man. It's got. Imagine this was on Octo or TurtleWoW. It would be dead within a week if they added something like this. Holy shit! It's actually an upgrade, but I do lose some resilience. But I just got a dungeon drop, Venom Strike, from Battleground spoils. Like, how to make the game redundant. How to ruin your own game. Just add all these retarded systems and sacks of shit so that you can loot everything. Oh my god. Yeah, PvPers probably love that. It's like, why? Why would you do this? But I think, yeah, I also, to some extent, I love this. Because you saw me, I got excited about the shoulders. I'm getting excited about this. But I also know it's this instant gratification. I get this dopamine spike, and then it drops off of a cliff suddenly. Because right now, I can feel excited about this. But because it's not... I get everything instantly. You have to keep hitting those dopamine receptors in me for me to keep being excited about this, which I think is let's actually wait and sell this one on auction house, because maybe I could get some because I'm really really low on gold. Don't open the bags, just delete them. Yeah, I'm not gonna handicap myself for immersion, guys. That doesn't make it more immersive to me. Imagine running around with 2 of these and pummeling, constantly interrupting. That would probably be quite overpowered in something like OctoWoW or TurtleWoW, where you actually have to, you know, cast your spells and abilities. But in here, when everything's instant, it's probably not that bad. Getting a lot of blue items, unequipped items. This is soulbound, so let's equip that one. But this one I can sell. This one I can sell. I don't know if I should sell this one on auction house. We'll see. This one... And we haven't even gotten to the big bag yet. I've already decked out in blue gear, and it did not have to do any quest. I did not have to do any dungeon. It's not like in here, guys, where I need to go to... Let me show you. I need to go to... Let's go to OctoWoW. This is what I like. So I go to OctoWoW. What do I do? Okay, I go to the database. Okay. I search for gloves. Okay, gloves. What gloves do I need for my level 39-ish twink? Okay. Let's see if we can find 39 twink gloves. And then I can check out the stats. Okay, which gloves could be nice for my whatever the fuck. Actually need to go select. Let's see. It's leather, hands, and let's go for 49. Oh, here we go. This is like a 29 twinking gloves. Dragon Maw gloves. Okay, where do I get this one? Let's open. Okay, I can find this. Well, it actually doesn't say, but it's probably inside of a dungeon, right? Like something like this, going out, figuring out what items do I need, where can I find them. It's actually, to some extent, this is cool that I don't know this, because then I need to ask, I need to go into the game, I need to interact with people, I can maybe inspect somebody in the battleground, and I can figure out what items does he have, ask him, where did you get that item, bro? That's awesome. I want to get that item, and then I need to go out into the world. I actually need to go out into the world and explore the world, do whatever quest chain or something to get those gloves. That is what I like. That is what OctoWoW and TurtleWoW and all of these real Classic Plus does compared to this bullshit on Ascension. The reason why I'm still going through this is actually because I recently found out about a pair of gloves that I wanted to get on my hunter, which was like crazy good. But maybe it's not even in this. Maybe it's male, actually. That could be the reason. Yes, here it is. Look at these gloves. And this is an epic quest chain for Horde. And look at the chest you can get. 30 strength. And this helmet as well. It's like the perfect level 49 twink items. Because it requires you level 46 to accept the quest. It's an elite group quest. And there's like a couple of prerequisites. So it's a quest chain. It takes you through a long custom made quest chain, which ends up rewarding you with one of these items. And these gloves are like crazy good for Hunter at level 49, which is I'd probably say the best gloves. Maybe even for, you know, something like Shaman and Paladin and stuff like that. While in here, all you gotta do is sign up for BGs via the menu, or, you know, go into the city and complete the menu board with your pay-to-win bullshit, and then you're geared. Which is gonna feel awesome for the first couple of times, and then it's gonna feel retarded. After a couple of months, it's I'd be bored, basically. If not for all the custom class stuff and class changes, which I think they did really well here. I gotta put emphasis on this. I'm at some point I have to make a video talking about the good and the bad about Ascension. Because there are some things that are good, but holy shit, there are too many things that are bad, and it just takes away. Like this is the one of you guys were talking about before, bastard tokens, which you can buy on the Ascension website with real money, which I'm earning a lot more from my job than it would. Like if I invest 1 hour in my job, I'd be completely geared out in here. So what's the fucking point in, you know, not just going to the web shop and buying all your gear? So yeah, that's the situation. It's a shame, because I think a lot of this needs to be preserved. A lot of this is great, and it's just a shame that there are these systems and bloat, and we haven't even talked about all the items that you can go around and pick up in the world, which just makes questing completely like you're gimping yourself. Why would you go out in quests and look for a specific quest chain like this one to get a specific pair of gloves when you can, there are like 10,000 side raids in Ascension to this item, which is just as good, and whatever chest will just spawn something somewhat equally good. Guys, by the way, where can I turn off? I need to turn off this scaling, because I think there's something up with the scaling, and it gives me worse gear. The only thing I can see good is kind of that you can just level up on PvP and still be viable in PvE. But other than that, I don't see the point of it. Yeah, but you can also level up via PvP in OctoWoW. You get a ton of XP in PvP in OctoWoW. But OctoWoW doesn't make, you know, the rest of the world redundant.
Blood and thunder.
I genuinely wonder if CoA would have been different and slower if the lawsuit didn't happen. I hope that was the intention. I think McDoublesy talked about it. Also wanting to get rid of all the bloat and all the retarded shit that's come along with Ascension's classless over the years. Because this is basically just all the classless systems and all the retarded pay-to-win shit, just like on War Main and those servers. Just forced into CoA, which is really a shame. Most hype is classes. Yes, I agree. It's the classes, it's the new zones. That's one that I actually wanted to. I don't think. Well, there's only one zone here, which is this Dawnrise Island, which is like, it looks nice, and I hope to see, like, we don't know what's gonna happen with Ascension, so I can't really say in the future. I hope to see more zones in the future. Well, it's gonna get shut down in the future, but you know, if somebody else takes over, or it happens the same with TurtleWoW, which moved to OctoWoW or Capybara, well then I do hope to see more of these zones in the future. And I do hope to, whoever takes over this project, just get rid of all the bullshit. Please just get rid of all the fucking bullshit. Pale Reach, here we go. Interesting zone. From what I've seen on YouTube. And there's also this Droxar. And it look at... you can even see, like, the, what's it called? Gilneas? That's not called Gilneas, is it? What's it called? Yes, Gilneas. It looks different. than the vanilla map. And we can't compare it with this one because it definitely looks different in here, but I guess that's a zone that's been added, right? But there are still more zones, more custom stuff, and more attention to detail. OctoWoW feels just a lot more polished in so many ways than Ascension does. Ascension feels like a fun server with a couple of new zones slapped in. So yeah, did any of you guys know how to turn off the scaling, the mob scaling, the level scaling? Totally agree with you. Yes, get rid of all the bullshit. Yeah. That would really help a lot. Especially the pay to win. Get rid of the call board. Get rid of the Path of Ascension bullshit in here. All of this. Not necessary. Get rid of all the loot from PvP. I don't want to see this. And I don't want to get these spoils of war chests. I want to have to interact with the world. And I can rant on and on and on and on. Well, let's do some more PvP. So that's the only thing right now I feel like is fun. The rest of the world is just doing dungeons and stuff. There's no challenge in anything. I can go out, I can kill whatever mobs, I can do whatever quest, I can do whatever dungeon. And it's just a waiting simulator to get to level 16. So the only thing that's fun right now on Ascension is doing battlegrounds. From my point of view. But it's not running smooth, right? Look at the frames, guys. In the low 40s. Sometimes dipping down to 30s in frames. And it's not like I got a weak PC. Got quite a hefty machine. Most interesting is balance in PvP. In endgame, if they manage to balance them, the hype will be even more. If it will be out of balance, for the most part, people will start to leave. Yeah, I think no matter what, this is hype right now, and I think people will start to leave when they figure out that when they see all the bullshit, when they see all the menus, when the excitement of getting a whatever the fuck bullshit adventure cache. Let's actually just open it. Fuck it. We open this one as well. Also some bullshit. And this one. Okay, that's actually a slight upgrade. Let's equip that. When they see all of this and the novelty of it wears off to the point where it's like, okay, I've seen this, but I actually want to, level up and experience the world as it's supposed to be played. Then I think people will get bored of it. And it doesn't even take imbalance to reach that. I think that's gonna happen no matter what. With all these systems and all these floating fucking books. Yeah. I'm done ranting. Don't worry. Sorry. Got full rested XP. Det var så lidt slag, hvis du stadigvæk ser med. just saw your letter.
You need something?
Yeah, the classes, but in these classes with these talents and running on this client, but on OctoWoW, that would have been amazing. While still keeping maybe not all the classes, but you know, because I think there's still some things where I feel like the OctoWoW classes and the PvP on OctoWoW feels superior in some ways. I like the slower pace of PvP in vanilla than this retail style of PvP, where I feel like in this type of PvP sometimes, not every time, but sometimes it feels like I'm rolling my face on the keyboard, pressing every button possible, and nothing's really happening. It's like too much bullshit. Too many numbers, too many spells. That's why I've always been drawn back to vanilla PvP, where it's like a chess game. It's more slow and your decisions matter more. There's more weight behind your abilities. And also not casting an ability, because what if, you know, you need that global cooldown for something different? Which here is much more like spamming tons and tons of buttons, pressing everything fast, fast, fast. Don't think, just press, 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 press. That is, that's retail. Like, press all the abilities, fast, fast. That can be engaging to some extent, but I also think it feels less impactful in many ways to the overall, like, gameplay feel. And it feels like I'm just doing the same. Entering stealth, hitting with my toxic dart, spamming my quick shot, hitting my serrated shot, and then waiting for the target to die. It's like, yeah, less decisions, more spam. That's the only way I can feel like I can put it. Like, yeah. And if I had to say something that I like about this, is the fluidity, how fluent everything feels with the rotation and the abilities and stuff. It just needs to be toned down. I'd rather cast a little bit fewer spells. Let me put it like this. I'd rather cast a little bit fewer spells, but have them be more impactful. Does that make sense? Like, I'd rather cast fewer spells, but them being more meaningful than spamming a lot of bullshit spells for no real, you know, difference. Like, it feels a lot better in vanilla when you wind up that aim shot, when you need to position yourself correctly. I need to stand over here, I need to make sure that he doesn't line of sight me, and then I start drawing my aim shot, which is a 3-second cast in vanilla. But it feels, once that hits, you know it's gonna hit hard. You know you're gonna have his HP. And it feels more impactful, and that way it feels also a little bit more fun when you have that big impact from just one ability. In turn, you don't get that many abilities. And then you also got a cooldown, so you got to wait for something as well. Because now there's like a 10 or 20 second cooldown on this aim shot. So, yeah, pros and cons. Now I need Vanish or something. Getting hit by 400 and like I have no ability that hits that hard in PvP. Having Ranger Rogue is fun. Yes. I like the class. Definitely like the class. And I would love to see, you know, this amount of customization in OctoWoW. What I think they should do is basically just, you can keep these talents, but just fill out all the empty spots. Everything here. Just fill out all of these and make them all equally strong. Keep balancing, keep nerfing, keep buffing talents, and start to make talents more interesting, less cookie cutter. I don't want a talent that's obviously the go-to. I want to have to make decisions. Like, who in their right mind is going to skip Conviction, for instance? If you're Retribution, you're not going to skip Conviction and you're not going to skip Vengeance. You're not going to skip this talent either. That would, or Seal of Command. So there's no decision to be made here. It's just straightforward. You have to pick these talents. Unless you're retarded, of course. But in here, I'm like, okay, this is fucking interesting. Like, what do I go for? Do I want the Snapseed? Do I want the Survival Potion? Or if I take the Survival Potion, I can get it to heal myself as well. Or do I need the Crippling Shot? Because then I can dismount people. Or do I need this and do I need that? I can't get all of it. So I have to choose. And that's really interesting. I love that. It's just a shame that it's in here. But yeah. There's another rant for you guys. You cannot stop me. I can keep on going forever. Let's do this precision shot. 76 on a precision shot. Like, it's not worth casting. It's the same as my Skull Piercer, which is instant. Let's do the... Okay, I didn't get to do the Skull Piercer. We got 4 combo points now, so let's do the Skull Piercer on this Tinker. Bam! Okay, yeah, it crit as well. So. But 130. It would have probably been half that if it hadn't crit, so that'd be, yeah, approximately the same. Danish, ranting. I would know. Yeah, Casper. You know us, we Danes. We rant about everything. Even the weather. Especially the weather. It's so confusing with all these little bots. Have to click through everybody. Is that a player, or is that a pet, or is that a little robot thing, or what the fuck's going on? Let's do a hard shot. Nope. That absorb shield he got. Like, once I get a little bit movement speed with this utility, and if I get some sort of like a vanish ability, I'm gonna get like, it's gonna be impossible for them to kill me. I feel like. But of course, everybody else is also gonna get more abilities. What is this slow? Yeah, especially this weather right now. I'm too much of a Viking to be baking. Yeah, I'm also sitting like in... I got 2 of these air blowers at my PC. I got air condition, and I'm also a big guy, so... I'm also... yeah. It's getting hot. Not much I can do for this guy. God, yeah, I play with a friend on Chromie. She doesn't quite trust Octo yet, and every time I play there, I go back to Octo. It does feel just a bit worse. Should look into Starcaller, Sentinel Spec, Shadowhunter, Ranger, and Starcaller will be your Ranger specs. Maybe even looking into Barbarian with Headhunting. Interesting. Okay. I have thought about checking out Starcaller as well. It does look very interesting, very different. And Shadowhunter, which is Shadowhunter? Which class thing is that? Casper. I love new professions. Woodworking, so cool that you can make weapons. You've got that woodworking also. That is interesting. But again, it's just a shame that there is kite there. Maybe it'll get better. But arrows as well. I don't know how this functions. Because you don't have arrows in here. You don't have a quiver. So, yeah. But I do like what they made with But I think it should have been maybe a main profession instead of a secondary profession, right? Guys, is there a way I can pause my experience? Because when I click... Oh, here we go with the war mode. I didn't even know you could fix that from in here. PvE mode. Okay, is there any way that I can pause my experience? Do you know? Witch Doctor spec. Okay. So I gotta try the Witch Doctor Shadow Hunter. Alright. Don't think you can on Ascension? Ah, that's a shame. They should have just done as you can here. In here you can just right click and just disable experience right here. That is fucking awesome. One of the best decisions ever made. Makes it so much easier to just not only twink but experience the world as well. Because if you outlevel a zone, instead of having scaling and stuff like that, just pause your experience instead. If you want to actually keep the mobs and stuff relevant for the zone. Like I do also think that some parts of scaling can be fine. And you do get the choice in here, which I like. But I would also like them to add something like where you just right click your own icon and disable experience. Holy shit. Achievements all over the place. I'm actually up there in terms of damage. And I only died once. I'm the one with the fewest death to kills ratio. That's what I go for in my battlegrounds. It's always just trying to die as little as possible. But it's also quite easy on a class that can go stealth, I must admit. They use that prestige system. Okay. So Witch Doctor, Shadow Hunter, Stalkcaller, Sentinel, Barbarian, Head Hunting, Ranger, Archery, Tinker, any spec, Witch Hunter, Orc Slinger are your ranged DPS specs without spellcasting. Okay. That's nice. That's a lot of options actually. More than I expected. Shadow Hunter sounds interesting. Stalkcaller, Sentinel sounds really interesting as well. I don't know about Barbarian Headhunting. That sounds, yeah. Maybe I'll have to check it out. Tinker, I've seen Tinker, and I must admit, I think it's too much of a, yeah, it's, I don't know. The Tinker seems a bit, how do you call it? Den virker sådan lidt bloated på en eller anden måde. I tried Rune Master a bit. That's a fun rogue class. I see. So like a spellcaster mixed with a rogue, I'm guessing. Tinker and Witch Hunter ranged class is similar to survival spec for Hunter in Classic. Okay. But be right back, guys. I gotta fix myself some something to drink. Let's go like this. Now I can see I'm in be right back mode. 2 minutes. Gotta take a piss and get something to drink. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let's remove this. I gotta figure out how to actually make a timer or some shit that I can put on screen. So whenever I'm AFK, I can set it to like a few minutes. And then people know when I'm approximately back. Starcaller Warden is my next melee pick. its main ability is Fan of Knives. So you got some. There's gotta be some AoE spell then, right? If it functions the same way as it does in Ref. Let's actually see if I can sell some of all these items. Or if it's all just completely worthless on auction house. Because I'd imagine, you know, when it's this easy to get these items, everyone's doing it. And then it becomes completely worthless. It's basically the Warden class from Warcraft 3. Okay, so you're playing Maiev. Actually, now that I come to think about this, I want to react to some videos with you guys. I haven't been doing much of that. There's 22. Oh, I don't have enough money for that, of course. Let me just see if any of this... Can't I see if there are other auctions? Okay, so it is selling for 2 gold. So people must be buying these items. Which is odd, because it's so easy to just get. But then again, it's not much more than if I just vendor them. And none of this one. I need to vendor all of that. And then I should have enough money to afford the auction house fee. Rexar server, this is Vol'jin.
I have just the thing for
This is the Vol'jin server. Oh, did I get... I got a refund on the bow. That's incredible. I've even been using it and then still get to refund it. That is incredible.
Go in peace.
Alright. Shadowfang. That's the one that was going for like approximately 2 gold. Should be able to sell it for. Holy moly. It really costs a lot to put on the auction house. So we find one more item. That is maybe worth it. There's none of this fist weapon. Fisting tools. Oh, hey Casper. I'll just add you as well. Solkriger. I just started a Sun Cleric. Nice. Maybe we should do some... do you want to do some BGs together? Tell me if you want to. Så kan vi sgu lige lave nogle BGs. Oh, it's not... It's soulbound. I thought it was bind unequipped. My mistake. Yeah, we're gonna try and sell this one for like... is it even worth it? 60. Like it's a... Because of the deposit, if it doesn't sell, then I'm just losing money. Which is actually quite hard to come by, even though I have this many items to sell.
Greetings, traveler.
Is there anything you want of this, Casper? Do you want a... Do you want this gargoyle polearm? Can you use that on your Sun Cleric? Or do you want a dagger, or... I can't even give you the sword. Sig til, hvis der er noget af det her, du gerne vil have.
Be careful. Well met.
I'm gonna send you this one.
Goodbye.
A little gift from me. What the fuck is this? What is all this bullshit? Postmaster, what in the piss? We've recovered lost item in the twisting nether. Fuck off. What the fuck? No. What? Why am I getting this? Is it because the server is closing down? They figured might as well just give them all the best bags in the game. It's just so fucking ridiculous. It has to be because the server is closing down. This cannot be. Look, it's going outside the screen. It can't even. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm not running out of bag space anytime soon then.
Strength.
Would you rather trust your goods with a goblin?
This is immensely stupid. And they've even unlocked all of my bags in here. So there's like no limit. I don't need to buy any of this.
Strength.
And what is this? I already got this. Why did... Why? Why do they keep spamming me with all this bullshit? Founder title. Is that because I once backed this project many years ago? Because I actually paid for the beta, but I don't think it was on this account, to be honest. But I paid on this beta for joining the, what's it called, the alpha or something, back in like 5 years ago or something. I feel like CoA has been under development for so long. Fishing pole. Get out. Lumber. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck off. Can't I delete that? Jesus. Well, where was I? I wanted to send you something. There you go. They do. Everyone is new, making transmog. You get most of your biz items from Warforged stuff around the world. What is that the items that you just find? That you just pick up throughout the world? It's gotta be it, right? That's gotta be it. Now I can't see how much gold I have, because it's down here somewhere. There we go. Imagine complaining about too much backspace. That's a new one, even for me. There we go.
What do you... I guarantee this bank's security with my own blood. Is that good enough for you?
Nope. Okay. I want to level up. Or I don't want to level up, sorry. I want to pause my XP, so that's why I'm a bit hesitant joining another battleground.
Let the hunt
Welcome to the channel, Ben. And I'm a little bit hesitant to sign up for another battleground, because I wanna play at this level a little bit. But if you say I can't pause my XP, then well, fuck it. But actually, let's spend the talent point. Damage of serrated shots. Precision shot, that's bullshit. But this one is also quite good. Quick shots. I do press quick shots a lot to make to gain combo points. Having a little bit more damage on that would make sense. So now it's 100% weapon damage. Yeah. I hate this battleground. It's like a worse version of Warzone Gulch.
Good day to you.
Is there something up with the chat? No, it's fine, I think. Or is the chat bugged? Because when I see my stream right now, Naughty Squirrel has written something. Let me just try and disable chat. Octo looks better than CoA. It definitely does. Can't log XP? Sadly no. But OctoWoW just, it looks less blurry. Everything, every feature just looks a lot sharper. For some odd reason. Oh shit. Forgot that I was in here. It looks like it's been scaled down in resolution. Like this looks like I'm running in... Like this looks like it's running in some sort of extremely low resolution. Just had to check. Now it's even worse. It's like it doesn't really help much that I go from this to this resolution, other than, you know, the UI looks different. But it's not sharper. Like it's still extremely blurry. Unless I zoom in like this, now it starts to get sharp. But from a distance, everything is so blurry. So I agree with you. There's definitely something up with that. By the way, let me move the chat box a little bit further up so it's not on my chat box. And can I do some... I wonder if I can add some contrast to the chat box so it's easier to see. Oh, that's too much. Can I do a reverse Uno on that? Let's do this. I think it's gonna be tough when I enter the next bracket. Now I need a trap. You recommend Mastero for general CoA stuff. It's very thorough. Okay. The other YouTube content creator. I think I've seen this name before. So far, he's the one that I have had the most value watching. Okay. Maybe I'll check out the stuff then. Is the in-game sound too loud, by the way? Or is it fine? Because I can't turn down the in-game noise. Also ran into Meta Goblin yesterday. So all the normal YouTubers are moving to CoA. Blizzard is changing their diaper plenty these times. Yeah, I think... but I do still think... Honestly, I think... Even though many people are excited about this because of all the classes and the new talents and all that stuff and the... You know, it's still Ascension, and... I know Ascension has always been very popular, but I don't think... You know, the people who actually want a Classic Plus... All the Classic Plus YouTubers... I think it's a novelty thing with this server. I think it's gonna wear off. And I do think that people will get tired of this spam fest. God, I love this. What's going on? Release me. Demon. I love all the, you know, the stealth thing. That clan's fantasy of, you know, shooting from stealth. That is awesome. Waiting for Epoch Plus. I think if Epoch added some new zones, some new custom zones and stuff, and removed the PvP gear and removed the PvP stats, maybe not necessarily remove the PvP gear, but just remove the PvP stats, please. then I'd be down for Project Epoch. But I cannot play a game where I feel like I'm forced to only play PvP. I prefer PvP. That is what I always choose. If I can just do one thing, I do want to do PvP, but I don't feel like if that's the only thing I need to do, it gets boring. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like yeah, I feel like I'd get funneled into PvP and there's no need to interact with the rest of the game. And in my opinion, I think that people need to be forced to interact with the entire game. And I want to be forced to interact with the entire game because that's how I think World of Warcraft should be played. I don't think it's great if there's no gear options and there's just one vendor you need to visit and then that's it for the RPG. I might as well play Counter-Strike or something then. I know that might be an odd comparison, but for me it's like the big RPG element is gearing. Like that's the awesome thing about World of Warcraft. You can go out into the world, you can get geared from all kinds of different things. Quests, dungeons, raids, reputation, professions. But if you remove all of that and say, well, the best gear for PvP is just PvP gear, and there's nothing else that matters than PvP gear for PvP, well then you've just removed basically the entire game, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. And then I end up getting bored, even though like I want to do only PvP, but I also want to get forced into the raid sometimes. I want to feel like I have to go out and explore the rest of the world in order to get better gear for PvP. And if I don't get that feeling, I know it's gonna be short-lived. Because then, you know, the interesting part, it wears off quickly. Diversity is important, I get. That's why WoW basically got too narrow, even in TBC. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what happened in TBC, and that is why I kind of quit back in 2007. I kind of got bored with TBC because, yeah, I ended up just, you know, interacting with one tiny part of the game, which was PvP and Arena, and then that was it. It got boring fast. I wasn't forced into the world. I could just skip everything. I felt like, at least. Except for leveling, of course. And I've played a lot of Black Desert online. You can play any way you want, but just isn't WoW, yeah. Combat is just... I love WoW combat, especially vanilla WoW combat. Especially vanilla WoW or TBC. I actually prefer TBC WoW PvP. That's where I feel like the classes feel the best. Maybe something in between TBC and RAF. That's where I feel like the classes feel the best. But yeah. But I just love too much the vanilla world, and you like having to, like, reputation actually mattering, professions actually mattering, all these things. I want many different options, but I want them all to be equally good. or in professions in CoA is cool. The fact you can craft insane gear with some kind of RNG is amazing. Okay, that's that sounds good. I like, you know, actually in my personal opinion, I think that the best gear in any RPG / MMO, or at least maybe not RPG, but in any MMO, the best gear should come from professions, because that makes up for the most healthy economy and healthy player interaction with the world. But it's with a big caveat, because in order for you to get this gear, you should have to interact with the entire world. So we're talking reputations, raids, dungeons, quests, many different things, in order to get the materials you need to craft the best gear. Just like with Hand of Ragnaros, you need to interact with the entire world to get this Hand of Ragnaros here, or a mace, and that is the that is why I think, you know, professions. What am I trying to say? I think I got brain fart. I can't brain anymore. But yeah, basically it's professions. It needs to be the way, the best way of gearing. If you want the best gear of the game, it needs to come from professions, and those professions need to involve the entire world, the entire game. I never actually, similar to RuneScape, okay, but I never actually played the RuneScape. But yeah, if that's how they do it in RuneScape, that is my overall thoughts and philosophy of how, you know, the game should function. Any game should, like any MMO should function like that, in my opinion. Also because not everyone can have access in World of Warcraft, at least, to every profession. So that also, so say for instance I need to talk with a woodworker or something to get the best bow. I also need to gather all the materials, and maybe those materials involves getting into raids, some involve also getting into dungeons, maybe some involve some sort of PvP, or maybe that's an option between dungeons and PvP, but I can get the same material that I need from either PvP or paying for that with the honor points, or I need bullshit tokens to bullshit leather from PvP or something, so that I feel like I need to, you know, interact with more than just one instance of the game. And then also maybe have some social aspect with me getting to talk to somebody with that profession, so he can craft me this bow that I've gathered the materials for. And that I think that makes for the healthiest game, basically. And if that's what RuneScape does, then yeah, then basically, yeah, that is probably the best. Oh, ding. And also kind of sucks in a way, because now I'm leaving this bracket where I'm overpowered and going to a bracket where I'm gonna be dog shit. Oops. But we do open up for new talents. Or not. Spend 4 more to open up. Okay. Alright. So maybe there aren't as many options as I thought there were. Because if I need to spend 4 more points to open up for this row, I'm basically picking everything. Like, what the fuck? I thought there was supposed to be... I thought this talent tree was supposed to give me choices. But if I can pick everything, and I have to pick everything before I move on, then you know, where's the choice in that? 4 more talents before I unlock the next row. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm basically only missing Grace then. And the survival kit. What the fuck? Why? I want to have I want to make hard decisions. I want to have to make hard choices. I don't want to get... There's no point in a talent tree if I can get everything. I really hope this is just for the beginning part of it. And then as we go down, I need to choose a specific path. Because if I end up getting like just half of all of this, that's too much, man. I want to have to choose one path down here. I don't want 8 paths down here. I don't want half of all of this. Well, I do want half of all this, but I don't want half of all of this. Because if I get half of all of this, it feels like there's just 2 choices. There's either this side or the other side. And I want there to be like... Yeah, basically, I want to have just one choice. Like, I want... Okay, what do you want to do? What do you want to be? A marksmanship? Well, then you get this row. Do you want to be something in between? Well, then you mix a little bit of this and a little bit of this, and then you skip the shit down here. Or maybe you go hard on this side and you get the... whatever. Bullshit. Like, if I... I have to get it further. I have to level up more to see how this actually ends up. You're fine. You get everything early on, but then you only get a few in the later times. Imagine that this has been tested for 4 years. Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. Because I was starting to get a little bit worried. Because, yeah. It's like, do you remember, Casper, do you remember in Legion, we got the weapon in Legion, what's it called, the hero weapons, bullshit weapons, where everybody got Ashbringer, and everybody got the Frostmourne, and everybody got every fucking legendary weapon in the game. And then you had to open the weapon and you could slot in whatever your essences or something to open up for it. There was a talent tree inside the weapon, but it was completely fucking redundant because you ended up getting all the talents. So what's the point? Artifact weapons, yeah, there you go. Oh dear, yeah. Like, artifact weapons, it is on paper was a great idea. Well, not really, because everybody got the same weapon, so that's kind of boring. But you know, that thing where, okay, I can customize something. I can do my own version of a sub talent tree inside the weapon, and then halfway through, you figure out, oh no, that's not the case. You end up unlocking everything, maybe except for 1 or 2 things, and it's like, so I don't get to make a decision. It's just fucking boring as fuck. So that's why I was worried about this one. But I do want pinpoint accuracy. I need to get that. Because that is a lot of extra focus. And I got this, what was it? Didn't I get something that was generating focus in here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, superb shot. I liked it, but it was infinite skill tree, yeah. And they thought Paragon levels in WoW, like Diablo 3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thankfully, I did not interact much with the Battle of Azeroth. But I get it was the same with the nick that everyone should get. So, like, people fall for this kind of fake progression. I don't. Like, that's why I stopped playing. I cannot be asked. It is so retarded, and I'm not 15 years old anymore. You cannot cheat me. You cannot fake progression. I'm not falling for it anymore. I'm an old man. I'm fucking 40 years old. Get away with the carrot on the stick now. I want real progression. And stuff that matters. None of this, yeah. Bullshit. That's what they did right in the old games, in the 90s and the 2000s with, you know, Diablo, and you got a few choices, but they were meaningful. And that's why I like vanilla. You get few choices, but the choices you get are extremely meaningful. Like, I almost don't dare to join another battleground, because now I'm gonna get fucked, but let's do it anyway. Because now, all these guys are level 28, 29, and I'm gonna get fucked. I guess that's why I like CoA. I have played all the same shit too many times. I fucked up and didn't try Turtle before, a month before shutting down. Yeah, I can agree. You could not ask me to play vanilla with the same classes and the same talent trees yet another time. If they do a fresh vanilla or something, even a fresh ref or a fresh TBC, no. I've also been playing a lot of private servers, so I agree with you with the class things. We need some massive changes to something. And even in here, you know, there are lots and lots of changes. But as I keep saying, like, I really like what they did with the Holy Tree for Paladin. But we need more. More stuff. More different stuff. More options, more talents out here, more decisions. Also with the Retribution, less cookie cutter, more options, more different playstyles. And if they do that here on OctoWoW, I love to see it. I think actually the Hunter is one of the classes that really got the best. Like, overall, I don't know if you checked out the calculator in here, Casper, but look at a Hunter. Like, look at just the amount of talents, and look at the difference in, let me remove this image. Let's move the chat a bit. Like this. Can you see the talents here? Bestial Wrath, Scent for Blood, and this one, Aim Shot, and then you get, well, we can always argue whether this is that meaningful, but on paper it's really interesting. I tried 3 or 4 private servers settling on Valinor, which blew up due to infrastructure. So Epoch was the next one, and then the lawsuit just made it, yeah, the devs disappeared. I think the problem I also have with Epoch is it reminds me a little bit too much of TBC in terms of talent. I get that they made a couple of changes here and there, but the talent trees overall and how the classes played, especially how the classes played, was kind of identical to TBC. And I've played too much TBC. I've played too many TBC private servers. I played TBC Classic when it came out. I played TBC back in the day. Then I played TBC Classic, and I played on TBC private server. So I got too much TBC in my brain. I need more class changes than that. And then on top of that, with the resilience, it's like, no, I cannot play Epoch because of that. And I went back to TurtleWoW. Yep, I'm dead. Why did the guy not go flying? Now people definitely hit harder. It's gonna be a slogfest now. Just to get to the next end of this bracket. So now it is Epoch Reborn for me, and CoA is great change. OctoWoW I just really want to try, but casual gamer dad makes it hard. Yeah, I'm also a gamer dad. I agree with you. It's hard with the time, but I actually think you level quite fast on TurtleWoW / OctoWoW, because you get the rested experience, so you're always leveling like ×2. Like everything is ×2 because of the rested XP. So it is not as bad as vanilla, but it's still tough. You don't get that you know, and there's like the novelty of, you remember back in the day when we were like 18 years, 15 years. I don't know how old you are, but I'm guessing you're probably in your mid-30s, like me. Or, well, I'm in my late 30s, but yeah. And when you played this world so many times and you've seen everything, I think most of what the people who actually want Classic Plus, they crave, they actually just crave a new MMO, a new game entirely. But there's just, it's hard to get into something new because World of Warcraft, especially vanilla, is just so good. Everything feels so good. So they'd have to make a new MMO that's not, you know, maybe Riot's MMO or Guild Wars 3 or something that just tops all of this in so many ways. I would love that, because I actually want to see a new world, something completely new where I don't know the quests, I don't know how to interact with the game, and where everyone is on the same playing field. 40 next year, but still freaking gamer. Yeah, me too, man. 13, 14 years old PC. Oh damn. I actually bought this PC 2 years ago, so I got a hefty machine, but also for always, you know, also I'm almost 40, and I always wanted to stream, and I always wanted to be a content creator. That dream that never really got away, even though I'm an old guy now. But it's now I'm finally doing it. Just throwing up on the internet, see what happens. Yeah, I'm not, this is completely no impact. Maybe a little. Well, the hunter tree looks broken. It's definitely an interesting, you got a ton of options. And this lock and load thing here with the aim shots and stuff, it scales really, really hard with crit, the entire marksmanship tree. But I still think, like when it comes to actual gameplay, there are some things that are lacking, and there are some decisions that are uninteresting. And yeah, I think they should add a talent maybe down here, where I talked about having a talent that would give your next aim shot 80-yard range or something. I really want that fantasy of having a shot that has this extremely long range. I'm only interested in OctoWoW because of you, really. Okay. Yeah, well, I can only speak for myself, but TurtleWoW. I keep returning to TurtleWoW because how everything feels impactful, how you don't feel like you're wasting your time. I feel like right now with this, I feel like all this progression that I'm doing, I'm just doing for the stream mainly. I feel like a lot of this is kind of, well, of course it's also shutting down, but you know, even if it wasn't shutting down, I feel it's kind of meaningless. Because it's not real progression. The same with well, not really Epoch, because that also felt impactful, but it's just the design decisions I don't agree with. And it took really long leveling on Project Epoch. Holy shit, that was tough. I got a shaman to level 30 or something, and I was about to quit because it took so long to level there. And yeah, that was tough. You level much faster on OctoWoW. Much faster. Like twice as fast. Played PM on Epoch, 60 PM on Triumvitate. I don't know that server. This PM tree looks even more crazy. You made it to 30 plus yourself on Epoch, yeah. I think Epoch was they also buffed the world. They buffed the players with the talents and abilities, but they overcompensated with making mobs a little bit too difficult, and it became, for me at least, I think it was unnecessary to make the game world that much harder. I get that you need to buff things a little bit so it doesn't become Ascension, but you can definitely also do too much. Keep going. I loved the lore video you released. Hvilken lore video? Tænker du på? You're talking about the one with Paladin and Arthas, or? Actually, okay, yeah, okay, nice. I actually think at some point I would love to revisit like talking about future lore for Classic Plus. How I think they should change the lore in a potential Classic Plus. Even though I know Blizzard won't do it, but if we could convince them to actually build upon the lore and not just make it another fun, retarded server, it would be nice to see some changes, because I think a lot of things from Warcraft 3 was kind of stepped on in World of Warcraft. A lot of things that didn't make any sense. Like why are there suddenly undead and night elves on Horde and Alliance side? That doesn't make any sense. In Warcraft 3 there were 4 factions. There were undead, there were night elves, there were the orcs, and there were the humans. Humans contained night elves, dwarves. The orcs contained the tauren and the trolls as well. Maybe even the ogres. the undead was their own separate faction, and Night Elves with their own separate faction. But if you say, okay, well then there would have been too many factions, and if they all need to fight each other, then it would have been too complicated. Maybe that's right. So that's why they brought in 2 factions, because they wanted it to be like Camelot. Dark Ages of Camelot. But it's like, also, Illidan, why would we fight Illidan in TPC? That doesn't make any sense. He's not our enemy, he's our ally. He tried to rid the world of... Like, Warcraft 3 is just such a great story. It's so good storytelling. It's, in my opinion, it's the closest thing, Warcraft 3 and the early Warcraft lore is the closest thing we get to Lord of the Rings, without it actually being Lord of the Rings, in my opinion. Unless you're maybe talking about Warhammer or something. But I think Warhammer lore is a little bit too complicated in many ways. But Lord of the Rings-esque, and yeah. And I would like them to have been better at writing the lore in actual World of Warcraft. Because Arthas and Illidan are extremely interesting characters, and just making them, you know, some sort of, okay, they're just a boss now, they're just your enemy now. That doesn't make much sense. Uh, 139.9 for my BM Hunter. Love the fact that you can really have so many goodies in the same tree, and some crit percentage for MM. That's really freaking cool. Yeah. Probably. Are you talking PvE or PvP? Because I think for PvP, you'd maybe skip the armor thing. It's that extra dodge that can be quite good. Or you can just go the, you know, the regular route. The one we all know. Why would you stop at 39? Why not get kill command? This one is the biggest one, right? Spirit Bond. Because that actually makes everything with your pet scale. So this is extremely strong. But I could see going down to get Scattershot now. I would love them to change this lacerate. That's a weak talent. Everything on this row here needs to be hard decisions. And in marksmanship, this one is weak. This one is bullshit weak. This one is weak. So you only got Scattershot in here. In Beast Mastery, you got 3 extremely strong talents in this row, which I like. But also in survival, you don't really get anything. Like Lacerate is really, really weak. So I would love them to maybe do something a bit more interesting on this row. Because this is the same with every other class. You know, as soon as you go to this row, that's where you start to unlock some of the coolest stuff. Preparation, Envenom, Cold Blood, you know, surprise attacks. Maybe that's not the best, but, you know, especially in here with preparation and stuff. That's the same for every single, you know, class. That's when you unlock these powerful talents. And they kind of missed the mark a little bit with the marksmanship tree, those 3 talents. And they definitely missed the marks with those 3 talents. They're way too weak. Need to add something in here. But something like, for PvP at least, I would go with something like this. I think you got 2 talents left. I'd probably just put them in mortal shots. If you didn't just want to go for a kill command, but then you'd have to skip scattershot. So it's either CC or damage, right? And CC, this is probably the better PvP build. And if you just want to do damage, then you go get kill command. I don't think, maybe Frenzy, if you're not interested in PvP at all, you could skip intimidation, and you could skip some other stuff, maybe get some fancy, something like that. But you did, of course, you need precision for PvE. So but let's play some OctoWoW, because right now in here with this new bracket I just entered, I don't really feel like doing much PvP because now I'm at the bottom of the bracket. So I gotta level up a little bit first before I start streaming Ascension again. So now it's time . Now it's time to what is it time to go to Ambusher or go to Northwind or grind some more mobs or react to a YouTube video. What do you guys think? Boundless Boredom says Octo. I have this what do we got? Got Hello J Tello. And we got some Sorrow. Let us do both. I can do this. And let's fly to Baylor. Grind mobs while we react to this video by Hello J Tello, my fellow YouTuber content creator, and I want to hear what he has to say. And can you guys see the... Yeah, that should work.
You know what I mean? Like it's beyond what I thought Blizzard would ever do, which is why it's a private server, but I didn't think I wanted that, and I definitely want that now that I've played it. And so I have a feeling that a lot of people will be playing Ascension WoW, and Classic Plus is going to be nothing like that, and they're going to be like, shit, maybe we did want more changes. I actually don't think that there's anything they can do to make me interested in it again. I don't know. I just don't know, bro. I don't know if they can change enough about Classic WoW.
If it was like a new world to explore, I would be interested in it. Or B, if it's horizontal, where I know what I'm doing, where my progress matters.
Unless there was some crazy hard challenges in the game, like Infernal Cape Quiver, then I don't think I have any interest in playing normal World of Warcraft anymore.
That's such an important discussion to have, is the feeling of private servers really ruining the experience for Classic.
I think a lot of people... By the way, I think a lot of people are in that boat, me as well. We are somewhere in between getting that, wanting that feeling of vanilla, of that progression and the world mattering and everything feeling meaningful as it did when vanilla was new, but wanting something different than that as well. Which is not retail, not because retail isn't new, because the content is new, But the systems and everything about it is just dog shit, and nobody plays retail other than bots and people who are retarded. Sorry. I can't say that. I take that back. Nobody's retarded for playing retail, but it's just not for me. It's I think it's retarded. I think retail is stupid. Because of all the systems and because of all the lore-wise decisions and everything just feeling meaningless. But that's that's a tough take. I know.
Plus expectations. I think that's such an interesting conversation because you look at private servers for the past several years and all the stuff that they have developed, all the new ideas, regardless of the IP infringement, regardless of the copyrights, we know that stuff from a business side, right? We can comprehend that as human beings. But we're talking about new ideas, new recipes being cooked in the kitchen. And you look at that and you say to yourself, is this going to ruin the experience for Classic Plus in terms of like grand mass appeal? Mind blown, new expectations, new content being delivered. This is actually unique and inspiring, and it gives you a reason to want to log on every night. You have that feeling to want to game with your friends, hang out on Discords, have a couple beers and, you know, chill out and just explore the world of Azeroth again and feel jolly about it. I just don't know. I think the expectations of private servers and everything that they have done, Ascension, TurtleWoW, just showing all the new content that is possible to do in a world of Azeroth, even if it's not original to the vanilla true identity to its core. We're talking about the word plus here, right? So that means extension. That means something after. I think people are going to look back on that in 3 to 6 months after C Plus is out and be like, damn, didn't live up to the hype as much as we thought. And I think people are going to kind of get bummed out about that feeling because private servers provided so much context to the point where Blizzard really couldn't come up with anything original on their own at that point, at least this version of Blizzard, right?
Yeah.
Not like Metzen's original Blizzard vision, which was the true identity of World of Warcraft to begin with from just his brain. I think they're going to struggle with trying to separate themselves from what private servers have already provided. And I think that's going to be something that's going to be compared a lot in the next months to come when C Plus is actually out.
No doubt.
Which, by the way, when I see all these leaks online, I can see some type of certification or some type of validation that maybe some of these things being talked about are in the ballpark of what may happen in Classic Plus. That's understandable. Anybody can have a conversation and get lucky and say, oh, there's a new zone, there's a new race, or maybe High Elves are coming, or Death Knights might come down the line, or whatever you want to talk about. But I will say, in the grand scheme of all this stuff, it just all seems like BS from what we're reading online. Now, it's not to say that leaks don't happen and they're not correct usually from time to time, and they're rare occurrences. For example, when Season of
But I think it's right what he's saying about like Blizzard having to live up to the Classic Plus scene, and now with all these different options for the people who actually want that wild vanilla or wild retail-esque Ascension experience, they can get that from Ascension. And for the people who love that more grounded TurtleWoW feeling, they can get that from TurtleWoW or OctoWoW. And Blizzard cannot make both things. So again, we are back to the only real solution for Blizzard, which is to let the community be able to host our own private servers, but on the Blizzard infrastructure. This is the only situation where Blizzard can win. They cannot win if they make Ascension WoW, because then all the TurtleWoW players will hate that. And if they make TurtleWoW, all the Ascension WoW players will hate that. So the only solution for Blizzard in the end is basically just to host, or to let us host, community-driven servers on their infrastructure. That is how you do it. And then that's how you get the best working client with all the tweaks that they've done over the years, so everything runs smooth and everything is secure, you don't lose your progress. And then you basically just, another TurtleWoW team will be in charge of a server, and maybe we'll have many different servers, but naturally, just like in the private server scene, the most popular servers will rise to the top. So it's not going to be that big of an issue. It's basically the entire private server scene just hosted by Blizzard, like it has been with many other games who make custom maps or custom this and that. And Skyrim does it the best with all their, there's what's it called, coming an entire new game or something if it's not already out, which is just mixing Skyrim and more into the entirety of Morrowind and that old RPG into one giant game made by the passionate, modding community. It needs to be story driven and make sure you have to play together. It needs to be as close to possible Dark Souls type game with decisions need for others, not just solo stuff. Yeah.
Discovery was ending, and then they were talking about Mr. Pandaria and how CVC is coming out. There was that leaked image online many months ago, and you would be like, oh my gosh, this is a fake leak. This is not real. This image is spreading like wildfire, and then it winded up being a legitimate leak. So it's not saying that they cannot exist. Maybe that leak of Camelot from that image of the girlfriend of the worker in the office that was a part of the social team, which shot her image on an iPhone 4. Who knows? Maybe that is a legitimate, photo. I have no idea at this point. I can't confirm to you what's true and what's not, because it's hard for me to even believe a lot of things nowadays. I think the best and most normal response to all of this is that you have to say to yourself, whatever Blizzard's going to provide, it's not going to be what private servers are giving already, and you just have to see what bare minimum they put into the game, and if they have any actual gas left in the tank to provide a quality product that has the Warcraft nature of it back into the game. I think for me too, another issue with Classic Plus,
they just gotta let go of their ego, because it's an ego thing. They want to be the ones creating the best version of World of Warcraft. And you gotta just let go of that. Let the players create the best version. We know what we want. Let the players create the Classic Plus that they want, and let there be a couple different Classic Plus versions so that people can join Ascension, they can join Project Epoch, or they can join TurtleWoW, but hosted by Blizzard. That's it. You can only win with that decision.
Being a really good product that I want to be involved with, it needs to return back to being Metzen's vision of World of Warcraft again, and seeing that world come back to life with new ideals and forgotten plans that were.
But then again, even Metzen himself, apparently, according to Holly Longdale, he says, "Oh, he's such a shame that he's such what is it called? A shame of it being called Warcraft. It shouldn't be there shouldn't be any war in Warcraft anymore. He's gone soft." I don't know if that's actually true, if he would say something like that, because he came up with everything we know about the lore and the world and everything. So I don't know how much stock to put into that claim, and what was actually meant by it when he said it, if he said it. But if it's true, then my faith is lost in this guy as well.
Originally supposed to be part of the product, but didn't quite make it. And if it doesn't return to that, then I don't think C Plus is going to be as adventurous and as enjoyable as it should be. And that has nothing to do with private.
What's the name of the quest add-on? It's called PF Quest. The one where you see this, the marks and everything. It's called PF Quest. Let me show you. This one, you got PF Quest, and you get the TurtleWoW database, because then you get the TurtleWoW quests as well.
Servers, that has nothing to do with leaks. That just has to do with the creativity on their team to see if they have anything left in the tank to provide something that is enjoyable. That's something that I am having so many doubts on. And it's quite normal to have those doubts, is because how many times has Blizzard burnt us already in terms of what
endless
they
amounts
and what we expected, right? Like the deliverance versus expectance of the crowd of World of Warcraft players has been so different, so vast in terms of what we have actually got from what we actually wanted. And that's something that I think a lot of players are going to struggle with in the next several months to come, in terms of realization and understanding that Blizzard just can't provide the game and the version that they want. And I understand that more than ever as well, as a player who's playing World of Warcraft and who has dedicated a lot of time to the Classic WoW ecosystem. I realize as well that, Blizzard just simply can't provide the game that we all want, and it's going to be something that people are going to be bummed out about. Everyone is expecting a version of World of Warcraft that is just completely different from everybody else's vision and everybody else's version, and I just don't think it's possible for them to even live up to the expectations of everybody else's expectation. So of course Blizzard's not going to be able to nail that expectation side, but I do think in terms of like the big three things I personally want to see, I think it needs to return back to Metzen's vision. I think It doesn't need to follow any of the leaks that are being talked about. And if it's even a quarter close to what private servers are doing, I could say Blizzard has some balls left on the team to actually provide a product that we all care about, we all love, and we can respect that feels Warcraft again. But if they can't accomplish any of those things, which I think a lot of people...
But that was what
feel like
Season of Discovery was, right? That was a quarter of what the private servers, and that wasn't good enough. It dropped off. Like, it was a complete fucking mess. It was complete disaster. It failed. It flopped completely. I don't think I need to show the charts, the numbers, right? How the population dropped off after was it second or third phase? It just dropped off of a cliff. Like, it's not gonna be good enough. That is just basically a quarter of what the private server scene can deliver, and that's not good enough. People will leave it. So it needs to be better than that, in my opinion.
they're not going to do, then yeah, C+'s lifespan is probably going to be hurt quite a bit. And it's not going to be something that feels everlasting as people originally thought it might be. So that's my yap sesh for you guys today. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'm going back to RuneScape, gonna play some more, and I'll catch you on the next one. I also seen some people talk about me streaming again recently. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll return to streaming, play some Dragon Wilds, and hang out with you guys, yap a little bit about Classic Plus and shit, but we'll see when it happens. I don't know yet. I'll catch you on the next one. Peace out, bro.
That's a good video. I agree with most of his takes. I just think that, the only real option that they have, Blizzard, the only thing that's going to work, it's either a polling system like in old school RuneScape, or it's going to be it's going to have to be community run servers. If not that, then no matter what Blizzard does, they're going to fail at the end. They have the tools, because with the new housing systems and everything, we've basically gotten the tools to actually, build stuff within the world. So to some extent, I'd be surprised if they don't let us build stuff in the game. Because since, like, with the housing shit that they added, it's quite easy for players to mod the world now. And they've streamlined it, made it quite a nice, interface for it. And if you just think about, okay, maybe this with the housing, just a little bit more advanced than that, and then open up for the players so that they can mod the world, and then have some sort of oversight to that, and let players basically host a server, maybe paid or something. I don't know how it would work precisely, but something along those lines I think need to happen for Classic Plus, for Blizzard's version of Classic Plus to be a success. And then we all get what we want, because we get, those of us who just cannot stand Blizzard and what they represent anymore, including myself to some extent. I'm not a true hater, but I am hating a lot on Blizzard lately, because they have no clue, they're incompetent. But, it gets rid of all of that, basically. If you just give the TurtleWoW team the ability to host their own servers on the Blizzard infrastructure. And then that's it. I think that's all I got to say about that. That would be the way to succeed for Blizzard. And I'm earning a shit ton of gold collecting these soft patch furs. This is really a strong farm. I think I've leveled 2 levels here. Just doing the AoE thing. And I went from 6 gold or something to 20 gold in 2 levels. Just from AoE grinding these mobs. I wonder why some of these other YouTubers like Hammerdance and Hello J Tello and yeah, many of these guys, they're so afraid of streaming these Classic Plus servers, but they can always just go to Kick or something, right? If they have some agreement with Blizzard. I wonder if they do have some agreement with Blizzard, or they get paid by Blizzard. And that's why they're so afraid of streaming. I know you can stream on Twitch, but I think we are allowed to stream it on YouTube. But if they have some sort of signed agreement with Blizzard, then of course I can understand why they're not doing it. Yeah, the Twitch streams will disappear, yeah. But it's funny because I also think as a content creator, they would get more views if they stream to YouTube. But I rarely see them stream to YouTube as well. They should definitely multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube. And maybe even primarily stream if it's just about numbers, right? Getting more viewers. If you already have a massive, like Hammerdance, he has, I don't know, 30,000 subscribers or something, mid 20,000 subscribers. If he streamed to YouTube, he'd get a lot more viewers, right? Streaming to Kick, that's probably what I'm going to be doing soon. Because I can't keep, if I keep growing like I am with this channel, I probably also will run into trouble at some point. And then I'm gonna have to go to Kick and continue streaming. Oh wait, that's not Conquest of Azeroth anymore. Yeah, no, sorry. Maybe I should change the thumbnail actually, now that you say so, because we just stopped playing Conquest and now we are playing Octo. So maybe I should change the stream thumbnail. You know what? I'll actually just do that. Because I can definitely see how this would be a little bit confusing. The thumbnail and then it's OctoWoW. So let me edit the YouTube thing. End stream. I don't want to end the stream, but maybe. Octo is more your jam. That's good to hear. That's also more my jam. Okay, edit. I can edit the stream here, I think. Or maybe I shouldn't share that. Let me just 1 second, guys. Let's see. Octo. Wow. Maybe I can. Can I choose another stream? No. Okay, we'll just edit it. Now the name is changed. We need to change the thumbnail as well, I think. Change thumbnail. Save. Now it should look different. Do you have a final verdict of CoA? Well, yeah. Now that we've been playing it a lot on stream now, I think I've ranted a bit. I'll be making a video at some point, but I can only say, like, the short story is all the systems and everything, all the bloat, it ruins the game for me. What's great about the game is the classes, the talents, the different builds, the customization in terms of classes and how things, like how the classes play and stuff. What takes away from it is everything around that, like basically everything. Everything else. It's just, except for, of course, also the new zones. They look great. I haven't been there, but from what I've seen from other streamers and content creators, the zones look awesome. The new zones, the custom zones. But I'm gonna make a video at some point talking about the good and the bad. Good and the bad stuff of Ascension. Whenever I get that disease and I don't dispel it fast enough, they really start to chunk my health. And my self-sustain is not enough to keep up with it. I'm cutting it close on this one. Okay. Ding. Level 35. Tell me if it's too loud. Yeah, that's basically the same impression I had. Total dilemma of wanting to keep playing the Ranger beyond level 11 and the aversion to everything else about the server that is not my liking. Yeah, that's the same exact feeling I have. What I've decided to do basically is just PvP. Because that's the only thing right now that I can enjoy. I don't feel any sense of progression with Ascension. Because you just get so much shit thrown in your face constantly. That it it just brings you out of that world or that sense of progression immediately, and it's it gets boring really fast whenever I try to like go out and do a quest or wanting to do a dungeon or something. I'm getting so bored. So the only thing that can keep me just a little bit interested right now is actually just doing PvP on Ascension, playing on my Ranger in PvP, and that's it. So I'm leveling through PvP, I'm gearing through PvP, and doing everything through PvP, and I'm skipping the rest of the world, just like they intended you to do. I'm getting the full Ascension experience, which is just playing 10% of the entire game. Nine levels to go until full vampire. What do you mean by that, Casper? Like gear wise, or what are you talking about? Why bored? Oh, true silver breastplate time. I see. Have they changed that chest here on Octo? Is that the chest plate that gives you that absorb shield, right? Let me just check what you're talking about. So I'm sure that we're talking about the same. Oh yeah, I got the chance to heal. Okay. Does that proc a lot? Is there not an internal cooldown on that? Because in vanilla there was an internal cooldown on that. I'm pretty sure. And if you wanted something that was completely broken, you needed the demon forged breastplate. Because that scaled with spell power. But that was only on... It was not every server. It was only on some servers. Because 3% chance to heal, that's really nice. Especially when a lot of mobs are hitting you, but... If there's a long internal cooldown, then it's... it procs a lot. Didn't have it at first. It was fixed. It was fixed to have a internal cooldown. So you're saying it was fixed, but it still procs a lot. Like how often does it proc? Why bored? I mean, technically not due to Ascension, but years of playing WoW and the same 2 and 3 zone over and over. Well, partly the reason, because you could say the same for OctoWoW, right? For the most part, you're playing the same zones, right? Now I'm on a new zone, and that's fine. But I don't get bored of OctoWoW, and it's difficult to explain. But it's back to that feeling of it mattering, gearing mattering, something like this, like me going out of my way to try and make this build happen. And not getting thrown 10,000 menus in your face with 10,000 different things and 10,000 items that I can just pick up everywhere. But me feeling like, okay, this is difficult, but I'm overcoming that difficulty through my build, the things that I want to do, the gear. And I don't have that same sense of accomplishment and overcoming difficulty with Ascension. With Ascension, it's more like I'm just going through the motions. I'm there. Nothing really poses a threat to me. I don't feel the impact of getting a new item, because I'll be getting a new item in another second from now. So it's the same, like that's retarded and gay. It's gay and retarded. That's what I'm trying to say. Ascension is gay and retarded, and TurtleWoW is not. In a nutshell. I think that sums it up pretty accurately, actually. Yeah, 10,000 buffs. Yes, exactly as you say. 10,000 buffs. Need more buffs, more menus. We're definitely lacking menus. And more rewards for stupid shit that you didn't do, you didn't accomplish, you didn't... Like, nothing feels impactful when you get thrown everything in your face. When you're like... I feel like my butt is hurting because Ascension is fisting it with items. I'm getting fist fucked with items. Constantly. It's up until my neck. I can feel it coming out my mouth. Sorry guys. Oh there. That's what I think. And I think everyone will get bored of it. Because it's basically Season of Discovery on steroids. It's Season of Discovery on crack. That is what Ascension is. It's Season of Discovery just on crack. With even more menus and more retarded shit. And though it's better classes, it's better, you know, there are new content stuff, there are a few things that are quite nice. But it's everything surrounding it that is completely retarded and on crack. And your gearing doesn't matter at all. So I think, just like with Season of Discovery, in a month or two, people will see through all of that. They'll see it's the same boring retail bullshit that we always tried to get away from. And why we wanted vanilla and why we wanted classic in the first place was because we all got bored of retail. So I think for me, that's it. At least that's for me. Like that's my take. And that's when you know it's a Danish stream. When things get retarded and fisting and stuff, then you know it's a Dane who's streaming. I can't help it. It's in my genes, guys. It has to come down to something gross. I wish more streamers were like me, just saying it as it is, not holding back. But they'd probably get demonetized pretty fast then. But you know, fuck it. It's funnier. You know there's something wrong in your head when you're laughing at your own jokes, right? Then you really know. Okay, it's bad. He's not normal. By the way, are you just grinding? Or why are you committing genocide on those wolves? I'm grinding the wolves because they drop patch of fur. Soft patch of fur. Which is right now, if you checked out my YouTube channel and followed my TurtleWoW grinding guide, it's a perfect place to get a lot of gold. Because the TurtleWoW devs basically fucked up. And they cranked up the soft patch fur of these, the drop rate on this to 50%, which is not supposed to be a thing, I think. So I think I kind of found, I don't know if it's a bug. I don't think it is a bug, but I kind of think it is a bug. Because it can't be, like, this is too much. It's a little bit overpowered, this, but I also like that, because I like, you know, that's the stuff I like about TurtleWoW. It's figuring out stuff. Like by accident, I was farming here at some point doing a quest back when they just released the zone, and I accidentally just stumbled upon, well, I just looted patch of soft fur like 3 times in a row, and I figured that's a lot of drop. And I only knew this, or I only paid attention to it because of my grinding guide from back in the day when Classic came out. I made that entire grinding guide where I tried to figure out which mobs give you the most gray items that you can turn in for gold, like which is the best way of grinding through your leveling experience without doing quests and stuff. For the most part, just grinding, which will earn you the most gold. So I made that guide, and from then on I've been paying a lot of attention to small details like what kind of gray items a mob drops, and then accidentally I stumbled upon these mobs, which just, it's just ridiculous how much patch fur they're dropping. But I don't want it to get nerfed because it's so niche as well. I like this niche stuff that's in the world that makes one specific spot like this so good for that one specific thing. And then there's another spot where it's like you grind in Badlands, you grind these well blings for the, what's it called? Small flame sacks, and you grind or you can go and grind the elementals down here for elemental earth and all the stones that they drop. Also really a money maker. So yeah, it's fun finding these small little places throughout the world where you can earn a lot of gold just grinding the same mobs over and over. And then taking that gold, investing it in items that will increase in value, and then selling those items later on. It's like playing with stocks, but more engaging. Because, the stock market is just an index fund, and then you put everything into that, and then it gives you a return on investment 10% or something in 30 years. And then that's or yearly. And then in 30 years you've got a lot of money, but you're not paying much attention unless you're a day trader or something, which is scary. I would love CoA in a non-real life shop. And slower speed, less classes that can do everything. The classes and fantasy of CoA is amazing. I love the fact that the classes feel unique. Yes, Casper, I agree with everything on that. I love that there are many classes. I love that there are the classes from Warcraft 3, the original Warcraft 3 that we grew up with, Witch Doctor and you can say Fellsworn, but it is a demon hunter, right? And we can say Knight of Zoroth, but it is a death knight, right? It is just a death knight, which is, I get why they want to name it something different, but a lot of other classes, like the Starcaller, that is Tyrande, right, from Warcraft 3, stuff like that is so awesome. That's what should have been in here from the beginning. That is what should have been, and the talent systems are great. Especially if you don't open up for or get all the talents. Like, it feels like it on paper, it looks like you get to do more meaningful choices. You get to have more meaningful choices when it comes to, and it harkens back to that old Dungeons and Dragons feeling of, me making my completely own character and what he can do, and allocating my stats and stuff like that, making my build very personal and very custom. And I think something like that is something that we can all appreciate. And that is what CoA does great. And the rest fucks it up. Oh, you know, you're always the funniest person, you know, and I am the same. Yep. My wife hates that. Oh. I just finished for hours and I'm almost 50 gold at level 24. Oh, fished. Okay, fished. Oh yeah, so fishing is also quite lucrative. But fishing isn't really gaining your experience. Which this is hitting, you know, both leveling up and getting a lot of gold at the same time. If you sit down and you want to fish, then you're not leveling and you're not gaining any experience. That's another thing I actually like about CoA. I like that professions can give you experience, because that makes sense. Because any sort of progression in a game is progression. Any sort of progression, anything that you do in a game that progresses your professions or whatever you do should give you some sort of experience, because you're getting proficient in that profession, which is experience. So they are synonymous with each other, and that makes sense. It should just not be to an extent where it takes away from the rest of the world. Of course, it should be balanced. So there's not one de facto way of leveling. I don't like it when there's one best way of leveling. Same with talents. There shouldn't be one best build. There shouldn't be one best anything. There should be options upon options. So people can play how they want, without feeling like, maybe I should do dungeons because that is just the best way of leveling. That's why I think there needs to be a lot of attention to, you know, balancing things out. I feel like what they misstep with Season of Mastery and Season of Discovery is increasing rewards from quests, so much so that it's no longer worth it just grinding mobs. For someone like me who just prefer something relaxed, grinding mobs, maybe watching a YouTube video while I'm grinding mobs, not having this hyper focus on the game, but being able to look somewhere else while I'm just killing mobs after mobs. I always know when I log in, if I only have 10 minutes, I don't need to sit down and figure out where I need to go for the next quest. I can just open the game and start doing what I'm supposed to do, which is just grind mobs while I'm watching YouTube or Netflix or something else on my other monitor. So that's how I like to level in my games. And if you say, well, that's not efficient, it's the worst way of leveling, well then, yeah, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. So I don't think you should buff quests. I think you should buff quests, but only to the extent where it matches dungeoneering and PvPing and, you know, equivalent amount of time invested in professions and questing, basically. So it's, or grinding, I mean grinding. So it's so they're all to some extent viable levels or viable ways of leveling, is what I'm trying to say. How come you went Paladin and not Hunter again as the first toon? Yeah, basically it's because I always level Paladin here on TurtleWoW as the first one, because then I can boost my Hunter with my Paladin. Yes, this AoE thing that I'm doing right now is quite effective inside of dungeons for bringing my other character Alts up to speed. And I've been leveling in World of Warcraft for so many years. That's actually why I'm grinding in the first place. It's just because I know all the quests and I'm bored with it. So I want to try something that's difficult. I want to challenge myself. To some extent, you could say it's really boring just grinding mobs, but when you AoE grind mobs, you also still gotta think about your build, and you still gotta think about your how many mobs can I get away with pulling and stuff like that, and you gotta be on top of your shit. Unless you just want to do one mob at a time or two mobs at a time while watching something on your other monitor. So I feel like this is something, it's just new. It's just different way of leveling, and I get a lot of gold as well, so there are many things that I like about the Paladin leveling, and then I can bring up my other characters quite easily. So you have 2 accounts? Yes, I have 2 accounts. I've made several accounts, which is another nice thing about these private servers. Because it's free, you can just go in, make another account, and basically you can have 1 character on each account. What time is it? Half past 1. I'm thinking I'm gonna continue the stream for another 20 minutes or so, and then I think it's gonna be it. Ever leveled as hardcore? No. No. It's I get why it's interesting for a lot of people, but I cannot. I can almost not imagine myself at this point in time and where I am with the leveling and stuff. I cannot imagine myself going through a leveling experience without PvP. Like, I would have also given up on this character if it weren't for me knowing that I'm going to, once I reach level 39, I'm gonna go and do some battlegrounds. Even before that, because I actually want to get some experience from battlegrounds. So yeah. PvP for me is a huge part of the game, and you cannot PvP as hardcore, sadly. And I also kind of don't like me, you know, just the idea of me having wasted all of my time because my character died is not really intriguing in any way. But I have actually started doing, I got a friend of mine who really enjoys hardcore. So I promised him that we'd level a little bit of hardcore. So I've started a hardcore rogue on the hardcore server in here. But we're taking it very slow, and it's not, we're only leveling together and stuff. So I could sometimes, you know, just do a single level or something, and then I get bored of it very fast. Yeah, and that's, you're right. If you die, you can always migrate to the normal. Yes, and that is actually the only reason why I have started leveling a hardcore on here on OctoWoW, and I didn't do it on TurtleWoW, because on TurtleWoW you could not migrate the character, and all your progress was lost. While here you can actually, it's true, you save your character, which is, yeah, helps a lot with the idea of making a hardcore character, because I don't want to waste my time. I feel like if I lose the character, it's wasted. Because the end goal for me is PvP. I level up so that I can do PvP. I gear through dungeons and raids and do raids in, like, just so that I can do PvP. That is the true end game for me. That is PvP. That's also why I'm going to twink not only on this character, but I'm going to do it on my hunter as well. I'm going to do it on my shaman once I level that. I'm going to be twinking at level 39, 49, and 59. How's the rogue on the server in TurtleWoW in general? Well, Assassination Rogue is extremely strong. I think they had to nerf it just in the latest patch. They had to nerf the poisons just slightly, ever so slightly. But it's still, like, Rogue is very much like Rogue has always been. But now combat is more interesting. And deep, what's it called? Deep assassination is also more interesting. So you get all the same that you got from the original Subtlety tree. You get preparation, you get all this. So the good old preparation cold blood build, it still plays exactly as it used to play, which is has always been your kind of de facto PvP build, right? It's going cold blood and preparation. And other than that, there was the deep assassination for vigor, and then going dagger, assassination, dagger, right? Improved backstab, which is even better here now. So that's also still really, really strong. But now you can also just choose to skip Noxious Assault, go with a dagger backstab build, and get more either in combat or in subtlety. Or because of the changes to mark, like you get marked for death now instead, you can also go deep subtlety as a kind of a support spec as well. Or you can go deep assassination, and you can even still go deep combat and still be quite strong and viable in many encounters. Especially because many of these things have been lumped together and require less talents for instance, hack and slash. And since you can use X now as rogue, and it only requires 2 talent points instead of 5. And you still get most of the same stuff you always got in the combat tree. It's still the exact same talents, but just with less points spent. So you can pick up more different stuff. So I feel like Rogue, they've really nailed something awesome about Rogue. Like the balance of Rogue on OctoWoW is really strong. Rogue has always been a class, you know, that had many options in terms of builds, and it's easy to fuck it up. Basically, they could just as easy have ended up making one spec the de facto PvP spec, or one spec the de facto PvE spec. But I think what they've done here is quite close to perfect balance between all specs, both in PvE and in PvP. Actually, I think if you forced me to choose one build, I'd probably go full assassination for PvP, or cold blood and the good old preparation cold blood build. That's probably still the two strongest PvP builds. Which is better, I'm not sure, actually. But that's still one more build in PvP than in Classic, right? That's still one more option. Combat has never been, you know, the best PvP build. Most PvP builds revolves around preparation to some extent. But now I think Noxious Assault is a contender.
Let the hunt begin.
Thank you for subscribing, Matos. It'd be nice if we got the X-Bleed passive like Epoch had for combat rogues. Yeah, man, that could also been a good... I think there's room for, you know, there's definitely room for them adding something like that right here. So I think there's still room for more talents, and I think the OctoWoW team should definitely especially look at assassination and maybe also combat, and look where they can remove this binding arrow, put in another talent here, put in some other talents here, making sure things are balanced. I would love to see that. More talents, more dots. I love assassination and poison builds is fun. I like they focus on poisons. I even tried making a poison build with swords on Epoch. Using the extra hits from swords. Yeah. Maybe you could do something similar. I wouldn't be surprised, because they made poisons here on Octo or /TurtleWoW. They made them scale with your attack power, just like in TPC. So, like, I think TurtleWoW is close to, like, it's very close to TPC in many ways. And in some ways, I think it's better than even Rev. You should still feel like it's vanilla. You guys want to know a funny fact about me playing Paladin? And why I never play Paladin? I never played Paladin in Classic. And that is actually just because of one thing. And it's gonna sound extremely stupid, but if I had to reseal or manually seal, like right now we're using Seal of Wisdom, if I had to do this manually and I could not automate it, I simply would not play Paladin. I actually prefer Wrath of the Lich King Paladin, where seals are active on you for an hour or just permanent. You pick a seal and it's on permanently. Because I don't find the seal system engaging. That's the honest truth. It's probably very controversial, and S-Fan will hate me for saying it. But yeah, no, I don't like the seal system. I don't find it interesting. But because on OctoWoW or in TurtleWoW, because of the old client, you can make these macros that just keep the seal up for you. You don't need, like right now, it's pressing automatically. If you see down here, I'm just constantly right now. I'm not pressing anything on my keyboard. It's my mouse that's doing it automatically. Because I got a program that presses for me. And it just automatically have my, you guys seen this, it got my seal here. It checks if the seal is cast, or if I'm buffed the seal. If I'm not buffed the seal, then it casts Seals of Wisdom. And I can do this with any seal, and I'll just add whatever other spell that I need to that. If I wasn't able to do that, I would play Paladin. I wouldn't play Paladin. Cannot be asked to reseal. Especially in PvP. Like I played on TPC servers and I kept forgetting or spamming my seals just to make sure that they're constantly up. But the problem with spamming your seals is you just dry out your mana pool instantly. Because whenever you engage, you maybe only have used half of the amount of time that was on your seal. But then you reseal half through, so you have to drink a lot more, and it just takes away from the... You know, it takes away from the experience. And then forgetting to seal accidentally, or seal running out, and you're not seeing that it runs out, it feels like a lot of wasted potential damage you could have had. So I think there's a little bit too much RNG in vanilla, and that's what I like about Rev. It doesn't have that. Yeah, you forget to use inner fire because of the charges on it. Yeah. Yeah, if it, I think, again, if they just removed the charges, would have been perfect. And then, again, also for me, I think the 10-minute blessings, I would just like to see them be an hour long. So I don't have to, like, I don't find it 5-minute buffs and 10-minute buffs and stuff like that. That is not, to me, that's not where the gameplay is. That is not what makes the game cool or interesting or better. And that's not something that I like about vanilla, necessarily. That's not the 10-minute Paladin buffs or 5-minute Paladin buffs. It's everything around it. It's everything else. But definitely not the small annoying things like that. It's not what makes vanilla. In my opinion, I know some people, they really like that stuff. And I respect to that. That's just a personal opinion, you know, but that is not why I play Classic. I also think some people maybe romanticize that part of the game because they have a hard time really understanding why they come back to vanilla all the time. Why is it that we are always drawn back to vanilla? And then people, they grasp out in darkness for some reasons, and then they try to come up with reasons as, well, it's this clunky game mechanic. While I think maybe you think that's the reason why you like vanilla, but it could be that feeling of progression and that feeling of things having a greater impact more than these old, outdated mechanics that are just, to some extent, I wouldn't say objectively bad, but there are many design decisions. And whenever, you know, Blizzard, they improved upon things in the Burning Crusade, but then they also did flying mounts and resilience. Okay, fuck. And then in Wrath of the Lich King, they improved upon abilities and talents even more, but it also took away some of the good stuff, like you having to do aim shot, because now aim shot is instant in Wrath. So it's like every expansion is 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So we end up playing on these old school vanilla servers, not because of buffs or, you know, seals being 30 seconds and buffs being 5 minutes, but because there are not all these missteps like flying mounts and resilience and dungeon finder and raid finder and, you know, gear mattering, stuff like that. That's the big picture stuff. And I think a lot of people, they have a hard time, me included, for some things, like the obvious stuff like dungeon finder and you know, flying mounts and resilience and stuff like that. Those are the obvious things, but there are many smaller things that also makes vanilla better than the retail versions of the game. That is just hard to pinpoint, to say that's the reason why, because it's just a cumulative effect of many things like that. And then we end up, you know, living with the 5-minute buffs, even though they're annoying. And sometimes we are accidentally attribute those things to the same kind of vanilla feel. That's why we like vanilla, which is might not be the reason for everyone, but maybe for some. But I think for the majority, it's just hard to point to one thing. I see, here it is. That's why I like vanilla, because there's so many things. Vanilla is slower, more methodical compared to streamlined aspects of laters. Started to add from Lich King. Yeah, going forward. I agree with you. There's so many things. Okay, so bags are full now. What can we remove? Okay, 20 gold. Let's see how much gold we get once we turn in, or once we sell all this.
Light be with you.
20 gold. And 27 gold. Alright guys, time's up. It's time to go to work. So I think I'm going to end the stream now. It was nice having you on with me. And I'll probably stream maybe in the weekend, come the weekend, if I get the time.